Day 3 of the Southland Conference basketball tournament here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. It is the Townsley Law Arena, and we are getting you ready for quarterfinal women's action. That drum is already so loud. Welcome in, Tess Mars, Natalie Kelly, Tim Price. We can barely hear because that drum is back in our ears. Look, from here on out, we've got good basketball, and it starts right here with Rio Grande Valley taking on Northwestern State.
If I wasn't already excited for this game, the adrenaline of the drum just has me like even more ready to go. So that's how I'm going to take it, the drum in my ear today.
Wow.
Take it all as motivation. But yeah, a great, exciting matchup that we have here today. UTRGV, Northwestern State. We talked about it. This is a team I feel like matches up very well.
Well, it's number 4 versus number 5.
Yep.
So expect some really, really good games, some dynamics that comes with those games. But I'm more excited about the drum in the back of us than anything else. If we can make it through the rest of the afternoon.
I was about to say, are you excited about the drum being there or getting rid of it?
Well, I think we ought to vote on it, but I know what the vote is going to be.
I think we should push them to the other side.
I don't think the drummer would be happy with hearing our votes.
All right, look, the last time these two teams matched up, it was a 64-59 overtime thriller. And Coach talked about it yesterday. You know, the first matchup was a game that they pulled away late. This time, in the second matchup, you know, Northwestern State, they ended up falling 64-59. The Vaqueros ended up getting the win there in overtime. What do you think is going to be the biggest key in this game?
The boards. And I know that's something that we talked about, but for both of these teams, truly you have Player of the Year in Atama, and then you have another right behind her in Charlotte O'Keefe. That was a tight race between those two. And those two are two players that focus on the boards. Atama is aggressive, but so is Charlotte O'Keefe. She is relentless when it comes to rebounding.
I think both teams got to show some poise. You know, if either team gets behind, are you going to keep pushing through, or are you going to quit? That's really what it comes down to.
That's really going to be a fun matchup when you go back to it. Charlotte O'Keefe, who, I mean, again, you could have made the argument that she could have been the Player of the Year, and then Atama, what she's been able to do for Northwestern State. We saw how big her impact is just in the first quarter of yesterday's matchup. She goes on a 5-0 run. She was up 5-0 to start the game. Then all of a sudden, she goes out. Northwestern State scores 1 point with her out of the ballgame. That shows you just how big she is for this team.
I truly believe in that first quarter, what was it, 3 minutes where she was able to get in the game, like you mentioned, a 5-0 run that quick. She was able to show what she is capable of, but you also saw the drop-off that Northwestern State had to go through. I feel like in this contest, say that same scenario kind of plays out. These two teams are very aggressive. Atama has to play smart to stay in the matchup for her team. Atama
with 19 points in that matchup yesterday with East Texas A&M. Nia Valentine was another one that was really able to get into the scoring. She was 1 of 7 from deep. 6 of 14 from the floor. She scored 17 points. The matchup between her and Jaliyah Ingram is going to be a lot of fun. Ingram's coming off that 31-point performance to end out the regular season.
Bunny Ingram, as the team likes to call her, she is athletic. I feel like her athleticism is going to play a big part in this ball game. But we talked about it. UTRGV has not played yet. I feel like it's crucial for a team when they haven't played yet in the tournament to get those jitters out really quick in this contest before Northwestern State can jump on them.
Well, people talk about, man, having an extra day to rest. I agree with you. There's going to be some jitters because they hadn't been on this court against competition. Let's see how they'll respond.
Coach, what do you want to say about these two coaches?
Oh, man. Lane Lord, I'm serious. He's like a student of the game. When you're talking to him, he's always using basketball analysis. Anna, I think she is really a good coach. She's been like that since I've been in my position. She'll talk, but she sees something she doesn't like, she'll call me and let me know. But they're both strategic in what they do on the court with their players.
I think, again, this matchup, I'm with you. I think it's going to come down to who can do a good job on the board. Watching that matchup between Atama and O'Keefe is going to be super fascinating, but also just to see how Ingram can play here in this building. These girls just played here less than a week ago, less than a couple of weeks ago. So it'll be interesting to kind of watch how that one's able to play out. All right, we got about 1 minute keys to the game. We'll start with you first.
I think UTRGV has to come out aggressive. If you can come out aggressive, I believe you can get those jitters out quick. But for both teams, you have to rebound. I think whichever team takes care of winning the rebounding battle while also taking care of the basketball can win this game, because Northwestern State in their last matchup had 18 turnovers. That's huge.
What team will be poised under pressure, in my concern? I do think that the energy level is going to be high. They can't get caught up in trying to win the game on one play. So whoever's going to be poised, I think, is going to win the game.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Two of the best players in all of the Southland Conference going at it right here today to start off day number 3, and we've got a jam-packed day full of exciting matchups. Traditional broadcast over on ESPN Plus. We'll be with you all day long, pregame, halftime, postgame. We'll have it all covered for you right here on the YouTube channel. Again, traditional broadcast over on ESPN Plus. We will see you at the half. halftime here in Lake Charles, where Northwestern State, the lower seed, has the 1-point lead over Texas Rio Grande Valley. It is our first game of the day here at the Townsley Law Arena. We had a special guest trying to photobomb us. Speaking of special guests, we got McNeese head coach Ayla Gazzardo joining us. Coach, how you doing? Watching a little hoops?
Watching a little hoops at home, so it's great.
Get ready. That's about to be real loud.
I'm gonna kick his little cymbals.
All right, Coach, let's talk about it. You went from Southeastern. You're now here at McNeese. Talk just about how this year has been. First year here at McNeese. What this year's been like for you guys?
Breath of fresh air. And it's, we've been doing the same thing, the same people, just with different colors on it, But we're still in the Southland, still got the great Southland competition, and, ultimately for us, we were able to pull out those little, last games of those wins, but coming off a high off of that SFA game, just got to keep that high for these remaining 2 games.
Everybody says defense wins championships, and you guys, you hang your hat on your defense, and that all starts up front with Jen Pierre. What has she been like coaching her over the last couple of years and her impact on the game?
It's just been unreal. Like her on-ball pressure, and people don't talk about it enough, but what she does on the ball allows everybody else to get those deflections, those steals, so they reap from her benefits. But, everything that she does from when they get the ball to when that ball is being shot, it's pressure. 94 feet of a gnat on you full time.
Now this is going to be a special moment here,
isn't it?
She's going to ask you a question. Former player. I mean, how's
This
that?
is always a special moment.
tell me what
Anytime we
it's
get
like.
to hang out.
You tell me what it's like.
That's
playing with
why
Jen
I don't
Pierre.
even. It's playing with Jen is incredible, just because it's honestly her speed. Like
It is.
working with her is incredible, especially as a big. All I knew was I just had to run the floor, and Jen was going to find me.
Exactly.
Jen was going to beat all of us down the floor, and then find a way to get allow the offense to set up, find her teammates. She really is. She does a great job of driving in the lane and knowing when to dish it off, when to dump it down to her post players, when to find her shooters, and to see her game grow the way that it is has been tremendous from every season she's played. But as a former player, I want to take it not on the court, but my question wants to be more so on culture and what has been the biggest factor of how you have been able to be consistently successful with this team?
When we had COVID and we brought in a very special group of young ladies, that changed our culture. And it was, this is what we do, this is how we do it. And if you were that odd person out in the locker room, you didn't fit in. So you just left. You just stopped playing basketball because you can't fit in with our family culture. It's not about one person. It's not about player of the year. It's not about defense. It's about the team, and the team wins championships. That's what we start early on. And I think that we brought that culture here, that winning culture here. It's not about you, it's about us. So I think that has been consistent in the locker room through my coaching staff, through my players, through my managers. Everybody's got that buy-in.
And I feel like that's one thing that I always kind of tell people about you. It's such a family atmosphere from former player to new player. I just always tell the story. It's like, I don't necessarily know Dakota. And then when we met at UIW, she's like, Nat. I'm like, Dakota. But, that's just how it is with you. It's always been a family atmosphere, always the team. It's just always about the team.
And we bring up our former players a lot. We'll bring up, we brought up the Baggetts this past year. We had, Caitlin Baggett come and practice with us just a little bit. But we try to bring the future and the past together, and we kind of show them what it takes to win a championship, the hard work, that dedication. And I think Nat's been a great story for that.
All right, now that we got this family reunion stuff over with.
We could talk all day.
We could.
So, hey, are you going to work the pit and cook the burgers and stuff, and we all sit and eat?
Yeah, right.
But that's cool, though. I like that. Because one thing Natalie did say when I came and hugged her the first day, she said there's always been family with y'all.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what you're doing with these young ladies. My only question is, when you prepare for a tournament like this, who makes the decision whether they stay in the dorm or whether they stay in a hotel with the others? How do you work that to try to get an edge?
Well, Tick, if you look at our games, we play really good on the road, right?
Yeah.
It just is what it is. This is an awesome tournament, awesome facility. We're at home, yes, but we have to limit distractions.
Yeah.
And I'm dealing with 18 to 22-year-old girls. They have a lot of distraction in their life. Their families are coming in town. There's a lot going on in our arena. So I got to limit the distractions. So we made a decision to take them, from their homes and put them in a hotel, just like we would do a road game.
Yeah.
We schedule their entire day from the time they wake up to when they go to bed at night. They have curfew. I know where they're at. we're focused on the task at hand,
There
and
you
that
go.
task at hand is going to be the UTRGV or Northwestern.
Coach, congratulations on all the success. We'll look forward to watching you play tomorrow. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
There it is. That
All
is
right.
Coach. That is Coach Gazzardo joining us. We'll take a quick break. We've got another special guest joining the panel when we come back. Southland Conference Tournament Day number 3. Be back in a bit. Back here at the Southland Conference Tournament, appreciate Coach Ayla Gazzardo for taking a couple of minutes with us. Her number 1 McCedar McNeese Cowgirls are going to get into action tomorrow. They will face the winner of this game where Northwestern State, the lower seed, has got the 1-point lead over Texas Rio Grande Valley. We have got a special guest here to the Southland Conference, Randy Hayden. How you doing, brother?
Good, Justin. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. So obviously you're with Louisiana Propane. And Louisiana Propane, they've been a pivotal part to the growth and success of the Southland Conference since over the last couple of years with events like the basketball tournament. You guys have been here around all week. How big is it for you guys to be involved with the Southland and events like this?
Yeah, the great thing about the Southland Conference is it covers so many schools in so many areas that propane's critical to consumers, to businesses, to industry in the southern part of the country. And college athletics, everybody knows, particularly in the South and in particular in Louisiana, tailgating is just huge, and you can't tailgate. You can't cook crawfish, fish fries, and turkey fries for Thanksgiving. You can't do that without propane.
That is right. Hey, look, Louisiana's Propane's main mission is to educate the Louisiana community on safety, use, and the benefits of Louisiana residents switching to propane. What are some of the impacts and benefits of maybe switching or using propane?
You know, we take an approach that basically says all of the above for energy sources is what we in America need, is what the world needs right now. We don't want government deciding which fuels should be used. We think that the consumers out there in the free market, they should be making those decisions. And so we've been very fortunate that the current administration and many elected officials throughout Texas, Louisiana, and indeed all the entire country, they've been very supportive of an all-of-the-above approach, which gives consumers the right to make those decisions, takes it out of the hands of government bureaucrats.
How is the Louisiana Propane Gas Commission, being able to be involved in the region to improve quality of life right here in the state of Louisiana?
You know, the best thing that I can say is everybody in Louisiana is familiar with hurricanes. They're familiar with floods. Most recently, we've been familiar with freezes and the effect that has on residents. And power is going to go out. And nothing against the electric utilities. It's just the nature of that beast.
Right.
And so backup power is critical. Many people remember in Louisiana, Katrina in New Orleans and what happened when that came through. And one of the biggest problems that we had was nobody could communicate. So the cell towers needed backups. Well, now most of the cell towers throughout Louisiana and, in fact, all across the country are being backed up by propane. So that's one of the important safety features that we're finding out. Propane's a portable fuel. You can bring it where we don't have natural gas, where it's difficult to bring electricity. And it's been a lifesaver for many, many people, particularly during the hurricanes and natural disasters that we've been having.
For Louisiana Propane, you guys are severely involved in the community. I mean, look, you've been here at the Southland Conference Tournament, day 3 now. You've been here every day. You guys are involved with the Miss Louisiana pageant. How big is it for you guys to be involved with your communities?
The Miss Louisiana is an integral part of what we do with the Louisiana Propane Gas Commission and consumers throughout Louisiana. That is a scholarship organization, and we offer scholarships to people in our industry as well to come to colleges and study whatever they want to study. The Miss Louisiana organization is affiliated with the Miss America organization. We've been working with them for the past 15 years. Very proud to have her involved in the Southland Conference. We bring her out to as many events as we can. So that relationship has been very good for both of us. We want to help communities. We want to help young women. We want to help young athletes. We want to be a resource for energy for all consumers on the commercial level, on the industrial level, and on the residential level as well.
Can you talk to us a little bit before we get you out of here about maybe the growth of propane and you know, the propane industry, I guess, per se? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Chaston, interestingly enough, America is the world's leader in propane production. And Louisiana and Texas are 2 of the top 5 producing states in the country.
Wow.
And so we're now exporting propane to countries that are looking for clean, affordable, portable fuels like propane. The growth most recently has just been phenomenal. And people are finding out here in America and in Louisiana and Texas that residential use of it can save them money, can be a cleaner fuel in many, many instances, and it's portable, so it can be put in areas that you wouldn't consider having electric power. It's been great for our industry. The growth has been great for America. It's been great for the globe. We're very, very proud to help sell that message. We appreciate the time that you've given us to help tell our message and to help participate with the important colleges that we have in Louisiana and Texas.
Mr. Randy, we appreciate you. We appreciate Louisiana Propane being involved with the Southland Conference.
Chesson, thank you so much, buddy.
We'll take a break. We will break down a little bit of this matchup at halftime. Northwestern State with a 1-point, 28-27 lead. We'll get the panel back up here in a bit. We'll be right back. Southland Conference Tournament. Back here in the Southland Conference Tournament, we've got less than 2 minutes before we tip things off for the second half. And this has been incredibly competitive. 28-27, Northwestern State with the lead. Natalie, we talked about the one big key in this game was going to be the boards. We're even right now.
And you've seen it. You've seen Northwestern State be able to capitalize on those extra possessions that they've been able to get off of offensive rebounding. But give credit to UTRGV right now because they're winning in that battle when it comes to boards. They have a 7-6 advantage. But right now what's standing out to me is UTRGV has been able to capitalize on when Northwestern State has been ball watching. And they've done a great job of getting their guards to cut behind the defense, and they've been able to score.
It's going to be a very competitive second half.
Yeah.
I think to really agree with her, which I don't like to do.
Wow.
But
Boom, baby.
but board work is going to be key.
Yep.
I like the way the bigs are banging in there. I think the biggest thing, if you can get a few easy transition buckets, it might open up some opportunities.
30 seconds. What's going to be the biggest key for one of these teams to pull away?
I think for Northwestern State, you've got to take care of the basketball. UTRGV was able to capitalize on some of those turnovers, but for UTRGV, I feel like you have to knock down shots. You have to get your three-point game going. That way you can open up the paint.
I'm with you. All right, traditional broadcast over on ESPN Plus. We will be right back here at postgame to bring you all the analysis. We'll bring you postgame coverage and so much more. 28-27 Northwestern State, a 1-point lead. We will see you at the end of it.
Oh,
All right,
the
here we
other
go.
game?
All right, here we go. We are post-game. Texas Rio Grande Valley. The Vaqueros get the win here in the quarters. They advance to tomorrow's semifinal to take on the McNeese Cowgirls. We have got victorious head coach Lane Lord for the second time at the den. Coach, I think we're going to go with the first visit might have been good luck.
I think it was. I was joking earlier, but I think we got another game today. I might have to come back on for that one, too.
All right, Coach, look, we talked about early on in our pregame show that we thought the battle of the boards would be the biggest part of this game, obviously, with Charlotte and Atama going back and forth. You guys are +6 on the rebound, 36-30. What was your initial thoughts on this one?
Well, early in the game, they got some nice offensive rebounds and putbacks. And, what people don't understand is just watch this game. Anna and I worked together for a long time. We run the same plays. They're called the same. We run the same system. So it was a defensive dogfight that first half. And like you said, the reboundings it really helped us in the second half. We got it turned around. I think they're up a little bit at halftime. But we knew every time we play these guys, we know everything they're doing. They know everything we're doing. So it's always a battle. And it just it came down to us making a few more plays. But what a great job Anna Nims does. Really proud of her team this year.
Ingram really good once again. I think I was most impressed. She's a 79% free throw shooter. She comes in, she goes 12 of 12 from the stripe. Look, big players have to make big plays in big games, and it starts right there at the free throw line.
We call it PMP. Players make plays, right, Coach? PMP.
All the time.
And
no, I think the coaches make plays.
No, we just sit over there and look good at that. We don't do nothing. No, Bunny Ingram, she's actually 4th in the country in Division I in free throws made and attempted, so she can really get to the basket. We posted her up a lot more tonight than we usually do, but they had some smaller guards, and I think she did a great job doing that and posting them up.
And you really did that in that third quarter. That was your big adjustment, exploiting that mismatch between Ingram and Valentine. But can you also just speak on that third quarter swing and how big and crucial it was for you guys being able to come out with this win?
Well, we got out of the locker room and we started 5 for 5, and it was multiple passing, and we had some great cuts in there. So it was really good team basketball, and then Bunny took over after that. And they did a great job inside on Charlotte. She still had her usual double-double, but what a great job they did defensively in the post. I thought that third quarter was huge. If you look here, we went 9 for 11 in the third quarter, and that was kind of the difference in the game right there.
When you talk about your offense, though, you have good spacing. Those back cuts were like they were trying to score, but if not, your post will get it. The first thing they do is look for a post move or fan out. I know who taught that. But your team is a good rebounding team. I don't know, could be number 1, number 2 in the conference, but
We're number 1, actually.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
both teams are very good rebounding.
Northwestern's
teams.
number 2, I think.
Yeah, okay. But
So, yeah.
what you've done, though, you've duplicated. If you can duplicate that same type of effort going into this next round, you got a real good chance of cutting some nest down.
Well,
I wish you well, man.
I appreciate you, Coach, as
Yeah.
always.
Yeah.
Again, I just want to thank Southland for what a setup and all the people that work so hard to make it. I mean, you can't even tell this place is McNeese.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it just covers everything. It's got Southland all over it. And what a great job by the committee and the staff.
Coach, congratulations on the win. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow.
We hope so. Thank you guys for doing everything you do.
That is it. Thank you, Coach. Congratulations. 76-67. Rio Grande Valley gets the win over Northwestern State. Stick around right here with us. We're here on YouTube. We're going to have you all of your post-game analysis. We're going to hear from our crew coming up here in just a little bit. We're going to lead you up to a couple of post-game pressers. We're going to have both Coach Lord and Coach Anna Nims, both of their players. We're going to have both of them coming up for you here in just a little bit. We talk about that third quarter. That really felt like it was this deciding factor in this game. I mean, look, it was a 30-14 advantage for Rio Grande Valley to really set the tone to start the second half.
You think about it, just looking at the stats in the third quarter, UTRGV finished out that third quarter shooting 81% from the field, 100%, 4 of 4 from the three-point line. They were phenomenal in that third quarter. But give credit to the Vaqueros for all the adjustments that they made in that halftime break. Going into the first half, Charlotte O'Keefe was utilizing the pick and roll, but she was rolling a lot. In that third quarter, she adjusted and she started popping, and that's when she was able to knock down the three, and it opened up a lot of spacing for the rest of the Vaqueros as well.
You know, you talk about, Coach said that they run the same system as Northwestern State, but it comes down to what team executes their system the best. You only have two options, to be honest with you. You either win or make excuses. And I think the difference in that ball game, both teams balanced pretty good on the boards, but offensively, I thought that UTRGV did a better job executing their offense and with good spacing.
Let's expand a little more on that third quarter. So you look at it, and for the final 7-ish minutes, I mean, of the quarter, Northwestern State didn't even score. They came out on a really hot start to the half. That's where they racked up some of their points, but it was. I think a 12-1 run there to finish the third quarter. You look at some of the third quarter stats. You already said it. RGV shot 82%. Northwestern State shot right at 20%. RGV 4 of 4 from behind the arc, just 1 of 6 from deep for Northwestern State. Also, RGV out-rebounded them plus 5, 9-4. We talked about that was going to be a pivotal statistic to look at. Also, RGV outscored them 10-4 in the paint in the third quarter. It really feels like that really was a pivotal point in the big second half adjustments for Coach Lord.
And it really extended UTRGV's lead. It was a close matchup going into that. That's how they were able to build that separation. But give all the credit to Northwestern State. Valentine, once again, 30 points in this contest. That's crazy. She once again carried them. Adama once again stepping up as player of the year. 17 points in this contest, just unable to just get it through after trying to weather that storm against UTRGV's third quarter. But Northwestern State won the fourth quarter 25-19, just not enough time on the clock.
No, but Valentine is a monster. I mean, it's my first time watching her. I'm very impressed with her. But I looked at, okay, how many possessions did Northwestern State didn't score? It was like 3 times, I call them kills, when you stop a team 3 times in a row, then you start all over 3 times in a row. It was like almost 3 straight times that URGV got 3 steals in the second half. To me, that's when they start taking off.
Coach, you always talk about you have to hit the free ones. That's why they're called free throws. Look at it right now. Obviously not a huge discrepancy, but pretty impressive. Rio Grande Valley, 20 for 20 from the charity stripe. That'll play.
Yeah. Well, Coach Lane is a free throw coach. He's the one teaching them. So.
I mean, look, alone it was 12. It was 12 of 12 for Ingram, for Bunny Ingram.
I mean, that's incredible. We talked about the differences and crucial things that you have to take care of. Attention to detail when it comes to March. Free throws is a big one.
Again, we're going to have both post-game press conferences coming up for you here in just a little bit. We'll have Coach Lane Lord first, a couple of players with him, and then we'll have Northwestern State and Coach Anna Nims on the way for you as well. We'll also get you closer to tip-off of our second matchup coming here between Nichols and Stephen F. Austin. Super excited about that game. We'll continue to dive into some of the numbers. We obviously talked about how big the boards would be in this game. It's +6 for Rio Grande Valley, 36-30. Northwestern State was able to do a little bit better job on the boards there in the fourth quarter. But look at points in the paint. Doubled up. There's your game, 32-16. Rio Grande Valley, the Vaqueros able to double up Northwestern State in points in the paint.
And another stat that really stands out to me is the contribution of your bench for UTRGV. 14-0 was the advantage. Not enough players for Northwestern State stepped up. When you have a little bit of depth from the Demons, just unable to get it going in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, you only have 4 girls who get into the scoring column. Now, obviously, when you have a girl like Nia Valentine and and Atama, they can kind of carry the load a little bit. But we've talked about it. You need role players to step up and play big minutes and score points, and they just didn't have that tonight.
And we saw that from their last matchup, but once again, it's a quick turnaround for players. You have to come in and play your best basketball every day.
I really like what the Vaqueros were able to do on Charlotte O'Keefe. Coach talked about it. They were able to limit her to 10 points, 10 rebounds. She gets her normal double. Feels like every day at the ballpark is a double-double for Charlotte O'Keefe. But I really liked what they were able to do, limit some of what she was able to do. And if she was able to get it down to the paint, they made things really difficult for her defensively.
Well, these teams have played each other at least twice during the regular season. So now you go look at the scout and look at what you could exploit during a ball game. And so sometimes the key players, you got to send 2 people at them even change the defense from time to time. But the bottom line is you cannot give second chance points because the second chance points normally will get you beat.
And one thing that they really did is they made her battle offensively and defensively. One thing I just noted is that Charlotte O'Keefe had to go into overtime when it came to working. They made her fight for every bucket that she gained, as well on the defensive end. That Northwestern State did do a good job of trying to attack her.
Let's talk a little bit about the Demons because obviously they played a really good first half. We talked about it. The third quarter is kind of the difference, but then they were able to really quickly flip the switch. And obviously, credit Coach Anna Nims there in between the quarters. But you go in, and they kind of flip the script. They win the fourth quarter 25-19, but they kind of dug themselves too much of a hole there in the third quarter.
Like I said, just not enough time on the clock.
Yep.
UTRGV was getting in foul trouble, so that was another thing that was starting to play into Northwestern State's favor. But once again, give credit to UTRGV. They were able to close it out while playing smart with a few of their own players, key players in double figures.
Excellent ball game to watch, though. It seemed like a long game.
It was a long game, Coach. We ran over.
But, you know,
Coach knows.
teams,
Coach knows.
Yeah.
He was quick to tell me we was running over.
Yeah, well, both teams, though, were very competitive. And it's a shame that one team had to lose, but the bottom line is it was a very entertaining game. It's got to be a game where some people got to get in that ice and cut back on those bruises tonight.
Let's send it back to the media room. We have got post-game presser. We got Coach Lane Lord and players taking the stage right now back in the media room. We'll be back here in just a bit. To the media room we go.
Coach, can we get you in the middle?
I'll switch, buddy. Age before beauty, I guess.
Wow, she had 30 points. Thank you.
Just for now, for what it is.
That was good.
Coach,
10.
whenever you're ready, we'll get started with opening statement.
All right, I'm just really proud of our team and UTRGV. Our men really gave us some exciting momentum for the university and for the athletic department last night, and we wanted to make sure we did our part as well. And that third quarter was unbelievable. We went 8 for 11 from the floor, or 9 for 11 from the floor, and outscored them 30-14 in the third quarter coming out of the locker room, and just really proud of our group.
30 points in that third quarter, like you mentioned. Is there any message coming out of halftime, be more aggressive offensively, or did the shots just start falling for y'all?
Well, a lot of you guys don't know this, but Anna and I coached together for a long time. And she was actually the associate head coach at UTRGV, their coach, until she got the Northwestern job. So we run the exact same system. Everything is labeled the same. Our inbounces are the same, inbounds play. So we knew it was going to be a defensive battle early. But I thought in the second half, we talked about sharing the basketball, getting more cutters through there. And then Charlotte had some great passes. Bunny took over the game. But it was really good team basketball in the third quarter where we moved a lot more without the ball.
We'll go ahead and open it up for questions.
Charlotte, obviously you were part of this team last year when you guys came here and couldn't get the win in your first game. Can you talk about going from that point last season, obviously a real low for you personally in the program, to this, getting the win here and advancing to the semifinal round?
Yeah, it's a big win for us. This is my first postseason win here, so it's really exciting. And, there are a lot of similarities from last year's game to this year's game, so it would be easy to fall into deja vu, but I'm really proud of us for stepping up, and Bunny did great. We had a really good team win, so I'm really proud of us.
And Coach Lord, if I can ask you again about just the third quarter. 30 points, shot 82% from the field. You guys basically didn't miss. It was one of your best quarters probably offensively of the season. Can you talk about just exactly what was going right and why you feel like you guys were so effective in that period?
Well, we started inside out. Chaslin Detter, freshman, got us going a little bit and got some confidence at halftime. Charlotte kind of pulled her aside and said, hey, I don't know what you said, but it worked. So do it again next time. But Chaz came to play, and Charlotte did great, and everybody shared the ball. And then, we made shots. And but I thought a lot of it had to do with our flow and the way we were cutting and moving.
Coach Lord, you can answer this one too after, but you obviously had a tremendous game all around, not just scoring basketball, 22 points, but 8 rebounds, 6 assists. Can you talk about how you were able to be so effective against this Northwestern team?
We were just moving the ball well, so and my team, they were just cutting and they were just being in the right spots at the right time. So it's just easy for me to just assist them and they can assist me.
Her post-up game was pretty good today. We had that miss. She's probably gonna have bruises in her back from all those knees and elbows she posting up, but we were able to take advantage of that mismatch a little bit, and she capitalized 12 for 12 from the line. She's fourth in Division I in free throws made and attempted. She probably moved up to third now after that, so she really does a great job getting in the line and finishing. And by the way, it's Charlotte's birthday, so we're gonna celebrate her birthday for dinner. Yeah.
Coach Lord, also just what does this win mean to you? I know it's hard to say in the middle of a tournament setting where you're focused on moving ahead to the next game, but to get a win here at the Southland Conference Tournament again after losing last year, what does it mean to you to pick up this victory?
Well, first of all, I think the Southland Conference coming over from the WAC, really, I can't express how the committee and the commissioner's office and this place is really done the right way. You wouldn't even know we're at McNeese right now because everything's blacked out Southland, and they do a tremendous job. We got to experience that last year, lost by 2, I think. But we knew now what to expect coming back here and how neat the opportunity was going to be. And so, we got a great senior leader like Charlotte. Even though Valentine was going crazy at the end, we were able to keep our composure. And so, yeah, it's a big win. Also, we had a goal at the beginning of the year to win 20 games. It's never been done in our school. We all got necklaces that have the V and the 20, and we got our 20 today. So we made our goal. And we don't want to stop, though. We want to keep going, play the best team in the league tomorrow early in the morning, and we're excited about that opportunity as well.
Julian, for you, when you were here last time, you didn't have much of a game because you were in foul trouble. Now, how much are you looking forward to playing them again and getting another shot?
Oh, I'm so ready. I've been ready for this day since I fouled out, like literally. I was so upset that day, so tomorrow is just going to be a dogfight.
They're so talented, and I think defensively is where they hang their hat. They get a lot of points off just being a great defensive team. And, of course, Ayla's such a great coach, and here she is, new school, does the same thing, wins the league, and 21-1, really good team. So we're excited about the matchup. We'll watch film tonight and review our scout. I think we were here 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, just about.
So we're still familiar with them, but it's going to be a great game for sure.
Coach, if I can ask,
Yep.
so tomorrow you guys are going to the semifinals. What's going to be like your best team going into it? What are you hoping to work on and improve for that game?
Well, against McNeese, we can't just throw it to them. If you can't throw it to them for layups. And they do such a good job of turning you over, and they're like very aggressive defensively at every position. And so we got to do a great job taking care of the basketball and make sure that we're sound fundamentally, because if you're not, they're going to go shoot layups on the other end. So, but it's going to be a lot of mental prep tonight. Obviously, it's back-to-back days, so there's not a lot of walkthrough stuff. It's just all mental preparation at this point.
Anything else for Coach or the players? All right, we'll go ahead and wrap it up there. Congratulations, Charlotte. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Charlotte.
All right, thanks for being here, y'all. Hey, Claire.
Back here at the Southland Conference Tournament, appreciate Coach Lane Lord and his players back there. They are victorious 76-67. Now they get to turn the page. They get to take on a semifinal matchup bright and early in the morning. You guys thought that an early start today. We were a little bit early. We get 30 minutes earlier tomorrow, Coach. You're gonna have to get them pancakes and that coffee in a little bit earlier.
Well, when there's good basketball, it's worth getting up for.
I don't think we're gonna have a problem getting up for that semifinal game.
Yeah. Both teams are going to be very, very exciting to watch, and it'll be a very, very competitive nature. I don't know, Nelly seems to think that one team might have an edge. I'm going to find out what team it is on tomorrow. She won't see me there.
All Natalie is going to say, and I'm even going to mention me in third person, is I think it's going to be great basketball.
I do.
yeah,
I do too.
agree.
I think I genuinely do think tomorrow's semifinal game is going to be a blast. I really do think this is one of the one teams that can give McNeese a little bit of run for their money. Just what they do schematically against McNeese, that what they've done in the regular season has been really impressive so far. Quickly, because we're about to go to the presser.
And I've said that. I think as much as Northwestern State and UTRGV was a great when it came to matchup, I also think UTRGV is another team that matches up very well with McNeese.
I think you are exactly right. All right, Coach Ann M, she has got a special cutie back there once again. Plus, she's got a couple of players. We're going back to the media room. It's Northwestern State. We'll be back for tip-off.
Frankie. She actually said my name that time.
It is a ball. Ball. Look at all that basketballs.
Ball. No. Frankie, who am I?
Squeak.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Maybe.
It's called perspective. This little girl gives perspective.
Hi, Frank.
She got bit by an ant yesterday.
Yeah, ball.
You see that? She got bit by ants.
She was playing.
She was, yeah,
in the dirt.
and I saw them all licked her shirt.
Yeah. That's supposed to be our ball. It's okay. We're gonna get him.
We'll do something. I believe in my heart that we absolutely can.
Coach, I can tell you, like, before we started, I was telling my parents yesterday, like, we had, like, a little moment, and I was about to probably start crying out there because, like, obviously this is it for me. Like, I've never been
No,
on
it's
a
not.
team.
Like when I say I'm going to play.
No, I mean, like, before all
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So, like,
Coach,
I've
whenever
never...
you're
Oh, we're ready.
Okay, yeah.
We're ready. She's just. Yeah. I think we're all really disappointed. Obviously, UTRGV is a phenomenal team. So credit to them and good luck as they continue. I think the biggest thing is we just, in this type of year and this type of season and at this point in it, you got to take things and I think we've learned really hard a really hard lesson, and that we didn't take it. We gave up 10 points off boards right from the jump. We run similar baseline plays, and yet we didn't guard them, gave up 8 points. And just in that first half, we didn't necessarily run away with a few possessions that I think we absolutely could have. And then we came out of in the third, and we played pretty poor. Obviously, they executed really well. But on the flip side, I think we would all say that we didn't do our early work, and we weren't locked in maybe on the backside. So again, I think UTRGV, they absolutely won this game. They were the better team. They were the more detailed team. And that's disappointing because it's stuff that these girls have worked tirelessly to have success and do those, and we just didn't do them today. And unfortunately, that ends the season.
When Coach was in here a minute ago, we talked about, obviously, respect for your program and the similarities, having history with you, coaching staff and everything, and how similar the programs are. So just talk about that aspect of this matchup and how that kind of played out on the court today.
I give a lot of thanks to Coach Lord. He was my KBCA All-Star coach back in 2003. Careful.
Sorry.
Careful. And since that day, he and I have been in lockstep throughout our careers, and it's pretty remarkable. But I've had a lot of opportunities because of him. I continue to respect him and what he does with his programs. I told the girls beforehand, I said, she's perspective in life. And as mad as I am or disappointed, all for silliness right now, although it makes your guys' job harder, she still brings a lot of joy to me. So she's the best thing after a loss. But it's a credit to Coach Lord, his staff, and what they've done. Yes, we run similar action. Yes, he and I have known each other since I was 18. And I hope they go do the dang thing. If we're going to lose and we're going to lose at this round, then I want them to go on and go cut down nets and have success. And, but at the end of the day, these girls, for the most part, really are so deserving. So my heart breaks for them. And I pray we're not done. We're done here today, but I pray we're not done.
For the players, real quick, Naya, you did 30 points today, able to make a run at the end. You made a shot too, and it looked like it could get interesting there in the final minutes. So just talk about your mindset and rallying together, even though you were down, to try to make something happen in the final minutes of the game.
As a team, we never believe that we're completely out of things. We always have that fight and hope, within one another and in each other. So, we looked at each other in the huddle and was like, all right, let's do it. I think one of us hit one of them and was like, all right, let's get this thing going. Let's get back into it. But, we just came up a little bit short.
Yeah, basically the same thing. We kind of knew like we were still in it, no matter what the score was or how far down we were. We knew that we still had the ability to come back and win this, and it showed. And especially in that fourth quarter, that we had fight. We had nobody really wanted to lose, and we really rallied together. We tried, and I'm really proud that we did that though.
Open up for any questions. Coach, you always talk about the resilience of your team, and in the third quarter things didn't go to plan. They couldn't miss. You couldn't buy a bucket, but another team could have maybe folded their tent. But you were able to come back and make it a game at the end. It was just a 4-point game with 1 minute left. So,
yeah.
What is it about this group? Just talk about the resilience.
We lost and we played not our best basketball in the third. And anytime you defend and rebound, you're always going to put yourself in a position to have success, regardless of if you can't buy a bucket. But at the end of the day, there's not a kid on our team that gave up. They were resilient. They showed toughness for 40 straight minutes. It didn't look pretty in the third, and there were moments where we weren't perfect. But that has nothing to do with the young women that they are. I thought they showed high character the whole game. I thought they showed tremendous work ethic the whole game. And they played to the very, very end. And they played to the very end, even when it looked there. We had an opportunity to cut it to 4, and then we had a silly foul. But they came in, and they were very intentional in those timeouts. We just let the third quarter get away from us. But at the end of the day, this group's been in a lot of close games. We've learned a handful of tough lessons. But they got better every single game. And it's a lot of still new kids, right? And I think that they had an absolute tremendous season. Obviously, when you're sitting in this situation, you're always looking at the things that we needed to do better. But as far as a collective effort, it was there from July to whatever March 10th, I believe today is, or March 9th. But I'm beyond proud. And I think this team and this program, thanks to these guys and the girls in that locker room, have taken NSU and from where we were 6 years ago to where we are now, it's a different group, and there's a different belief. And I no longer think people are excited to play NSU women's basketball. I think they're very timid, and they understand that there is no give up in being a Lady Demon, and there is no let up and fight. We just didn't execute overly well in certain moments. But it's so much credit goes to these girls in that program.
And obviously it didn't turn out the way you would hope, but going in 30 points, your career high in your last game, at least in the conference tournament. How did that feel to go out with a bang like that?
It's bittersweet at the same time because honestly, we wanted to win, obviously, but it felt good. Would have loved for it to come earlier in the game, but we'll take the shots when they come because we actually had a chance to pull it out. But it felt good though. I was glad to see it fall for me at the end.
And talk about the journey of this team. How much have you guys grown from game 1 to game whatever this is, 32, I think. You guys have grown so much since day 1. So describe the growth of the team throughout this journey.
I can't even say how much we've grown, but we've grown tremendously from game 1. And the scary thing is we have so much more to grow in. But we kept working every day, and definitely that growth is there. And I believe if we make it to the post tournament, you'll see some more growth, and it will come to how much we've been working hard.
And you've got a number of seniors on this team. Carla is the only non 1 year, but you've got Naya there. You've got Deja.
We've got a handful.
Yeah, you've got you've got a lot of seniors. Describe obviously it's bittersweet, but it's a great group of seniors. So talk about what the impact they have done, whether it's been 3 years or 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, I think the impact that these young ladies have had has been very apparent. If you asked me early in the year, about the program or about the team, this team in particular, I would have told you, hey, like it's going to take us a minute to gel. We have a lot of new phases. We have a lot of one-year kids coming off new other programs, and they gelled right away. And I think it's a testament to them. It's a testament to the girls that were here that they just, and that's a lot of sophomores. That was it. They just grabbed them and pulled them in, and they bought in. And I think, Naya's success. Naya has had a lot of success as a one-year kid, but I think she's always put the program ahead of herself. And I think in lieu of that, you have success. I think everybody has celebrated this young lady and all of her accolades, and she is so humble in that, and she understands without them that's not an opportunity. And I think that demeanor and that characteristic is throughout this entire program. And sometimes, someone will be like, yeah, but you have a lot of one-year kids. Well, isn't everybody a one-year kid anymore? And so don't be scared of it. We watched Naya as a JUCO kid. I mean, we would have loved to sign her, but didn't have the opportunity to. And God works in mysterious ways because to me, this is her best career. And as far as at her Division I universities, she came, she had a plan. She wanted to be a scoring point guard more than just a facilitator. And boy, howdy is she. Right, she made it into the history books with I think 200 assists in this season or career, whichever. But she's not. Yeah, she is that, but she's also a floor captain, and she also can shoot it at a high clip. And we don't do what we did without a T and a one-year kid. Like that buy-in and the buy-in into that role in particularly is tremendous. Hey, come here and be my dog. Guard everybody's hardest kid. Like some kids that doesn't sound fun. Carla's grown 3 years being that kid and being the tough kid. The girl had 13 rebounds yesterday. I don't know how many, and I don't even know how many she had today. Okay, she had 9, but the fact of how many did she tip out? And I just think, you look at those seniors or our one-year kids, and you have to, and I promised V last year, I said, sweetie, I promise I'm going to keep putting good players around you. And I think our staff did that, and they're not just good players, they're good people. So I think I have a lot of gratitude in my heart for our seniors. I have a lot of gratitude in my heart for my freshmen, sophomores, and just juniors. It's special, and maybe we recruit a little bit differently, but I believe in it. And I believe in these kids, and with these one-year kids, what you pray you get, and maybe you get unlucky every now and again, is you have kids that maybe they finish that senior year, and it's like, I'm not done yet, and they approach their final gifted year with a maturity that maybe you don't see in the 21-year-old version of them, but you see it in the 22-year-old version of them. And I have a lot of appreciation because they've done something for this program that, if it doesn't go down in a stat book, maybe they don't see it, but I feel it in my heart, and I've seen this program grow, and it's because of players like our seniors and our sophomores that buy into what it means to be a Lady Demon.
It's a good place to leave things off, and Frankie just left the building.
I'm out. She said I only stick around for wins, guys. I've got to take a nap.
Appreciate your time, y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back here to the Southland Conference Tournament. We're at halftime. Another tremendous women's quarterfinal game. Nichols, a little bit of a surprise, up 6 on Stephen F. Austin, 29-23. We'll talk a little bit about that matchup coming up here in just a little bit. Got a special guest, the head coach of the 2 seed, Lamar Cardinals, Coach Aqua Franklin. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Enjoying watching some really good basketball here.
Isn't this such a fun week?
It is. I love this time of the season. March is my favorite, and so seeing some really good basketball being played here at Magnes.
Let's talk a little bit about Cameron Wilson, second team all-conference for you guys. One of the best deep threats in the entire conference, leads you guys in three-pointers. What have you seen from her this year?
Man, that young lady has turned it around. We went back and watched, our final game here last year, and she didn't take her shooting shirt off. That young lady went to work this summer, worked on her game, and now this year we've been able to see the results of that work.
What has this year been like for you guys? It was kind of a weird period there for a couple of weeks. You and about 4 other teams battling for the 2 through the really the 4 seed. What was those couple of weeks like, and obviously what was the season like?
Absolutely. Well, we're a different team this year. Typically we have 1 to 2 players that hey, those are the 2 players we got to guard for Lamar. This year we're kind of leveled out, and I think that's what makes us dangerous, is because you don't know who's going to be our leading scorer. We have a bunch of defenders, and so our young ladies, they play well together. They've stepped up in great times, and it's been a fun year. Having 8 new players on our roster, which is really different. Lost a lot of people to graduation, but it's been a really fun time for myself and my staff of just coaching, being able to teach them the game. And early on, people probably had questions like, oh, what in the non-conference, because we wasn't winning like we used to. But it's all come together at the right time. And then there's a lot of parity in our league, and that's what you're seeing here. Nobody would have thought Nichols would be up right now. Right. But there's a lot of parity. There's some really great coaches in our league. And so you just got to bring your A game every time you step foot on the floor.
And, Coach, you really are truly a teacher of the game, and you talked about it, the process of bringing so many newcomers and yet still consistently successful. Can you just speak on your program, your culture, and how you've been able to do that throughout the season?
Well, I have hats off to my staff, right? As we go out and recruit, we want to recruit players that fit our system. And so they've done an unbelievable job of going out and finding those young ladies that will fit right in our system. And then hats off, credit to the players. They want to grow. They want to be better. They also want to win, right? And so wanting to win, they're coachable. And so, and then our vets, our returning players, they've done an unbelievable job of making sure if they don't understand it, they'll bring them back in the gym. They'll teach them. And so when you have a player-led team like that, now you have the results, and you can have 8 new players to come out and be the number 2 seed.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen you in action up close and personal. We used to share the gym together when I was at Lamar. So I know she teaches, but she's also very demanding.
How was it sharing that court?
Oh, it was good because we worked together really well. I mean, she'd take on the first 2 hours, 3 hours, and then I'd come in or vice versa.
Get off my court.
No, not at all. Right here, this is family, man. It's nothing like that. But I've seen her teach. One of the most fearless leaders you ever want to see. Her players feed off of her, and that's why she's right back in the tournament again. But one thing I want to ask you, though, about your team, when you compare your teams from your past to the team now, how do you compare this team in comparison to the other teams?
We're very different. Defensively, we're the same. We're going to play our type of defense. One of the things that's helped us out this year is we've been able to not only play man-to-man. I used to be stubborn. I learned from guys like you, right? I used to be stubborn and staying at man-to-man, but we'll switch it up depending on the team, and we'll play a little bit of zone. But that also comes with our players and their ability to buy in or their want to buy in. And so being able to switch up defensively. Offensively, we just can spread the ball. There's been times where we've been leading the conference in three-point field goal percentage, but what's made us great as of late is that we've been getting contributions from the inside. Our post players have been stepping up, making baskets, so now all the scoring responsibility is not on our guards. And so really proud of our team of continuing to grow as the season has went on.
Coach, congratulations on all the success. Thanks for taking a little time with us.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me.
That is it. That is Coach Aqua Franklin. Lamar
it.
Cardinals. They'll be in action tomorrow, taking on the winner of this game. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We have another special guest joining us here in a little bit. Halftime right now. Nichols up by 6. Welcome back to the 2026 Southland Conference Tournaments, presented by our friends over at the Air Force Reserve. And we're going to talk with the Air Force Reserve. We have got Senior Master Sergeant Michael Wan here with us. Michael, how you doing, brother?
Very good. And yourself, sir?
I'm doing well. Isn't this event awesome?
Oh, it's amazing. It's a great event, great atmosphere, awesome time.
We just mentioned it. Air Force Reserve is this year's sponsor. They are the title sponsor for this year's 2026 Air Force Reserve Southland Basketball Championships. What makes partnering with the Southland for this event so special for you guys?
What makes it special is trying to network with the community, get to know the community, and letting the community know about the Air Force Reserve and the great benefits we have to offer.
As you can probably tell in the shot here, he's much more built than I am. Tell us a little bit about your fitness and athletic background and how that kind of helped you in the Air Force Reserve.
So definitely I've loved sport all my life. I like working out and stuff like that. And then it's the discipline, the grit, and wanting to get after it, never giving up type of attitude. Has definitely helped me out with the Air Force. That don't give up attitude.
Senior Master Sergeant Michael Wan here with us from the U.S. Air Force Reserve. What has been the biggest part, I guess the best part about being a member of the Air Force Reserve, and maybe how has it helped you professionally?
So one of the best parts is the friendships you get to build, the networking that you get to do while being in the Air Force Reserve, and just that atmosphere. And the way that it helps you out is the different skills, the skills that you learn throughout your progress, and helps you after the Air Force.
What qualities and skills would you consider being maybe the most important to being a member of the Air Force Reserve?
After 19 years of service, I'd probably tell you it would be the discipline, integrity, and the confidence that it helps you build.
There it is. What's the best way for audience to maybe learn more about or get involved with the U.S. Air Force Reserve?
Definitely go onto our website, airforce.com. It gives you a bunch of different options out there: active duty, Air Force Reserve, Air National Guard. And as well as trying to meet up one of your local recruiters. Google us. I'm pretty sure we got our webpage out there, and you should be able to find a local recruiter.
That is it. Go check them out at their website. They've got social medias. You can check them out pretty much everywhere. This is the U.S. Air Force Reserve with Senior Master Sergeant Michael Wan. Appreciate you for joining us. Appreciate all you do for the Southland Conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
all right,
sir.
we'll take another break here at halftime. We got a couple of minutes. Nichols up 6. We'll get the crew back here at the desk when we come back to the Southland Conference Tournament. Welcome back. We are here at halftime of the Southland Conference Tournaments presented by U.S. Air Force Reserve. 29-23. Nichols in the lead. A little bit of a surprise to everyone hanging around. Nichols with the only real upset of the tournament so far in a 7-6 matchup. They beat UIW on night one. They're now up on the 3 seed. What have you seen so far from the Colonels?
I have seen a run from the Colonels. They did a phenomenal job in that first quarter of getting to the rim. Not a single made three in that first quarter, and yet they gained a 17-9 scoring advantage over SFA. That's really the turning point of the game.
I saw with Nichols, they shot 50% from three-point land. That's pretty good job.
Not bad.
No, not at all. And with Stephen F. Austin, they only shot 20%. But I think that Nichols did a good job of contesting shots, putting a lot of pressure on those shots. And they fed off their coaches' energy on the sideline. They played with a lot more energy. I was watching Justin just kind of every possession, he was in the mix of it. And they fed off of that.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be kind of key down the stretch. We know how good both of these coaches are. They kind of will their team down the stretch, but Nichols with the 6-point advantage. Defenses have been playing pretty well here in this one, especially to end the half. Both of these teams got on a little bit of scoring droughts. I know to end the half, Nichols hadn't really scored in about 4 minutes. Stephen F. Austin about 2.5 minutes. Feels like defenses have both stepped up.
It has, and SFA has done a great job of showing Nichols a lot of different looks. They switched from the man. They've gone into the zone. But for Nichols, they've done a great job also of kind of limiting SFA's paint points. In some sense, they've done a great job of forcing SFA and their three-point shooters to knock down shots. But for SFA, they've done a great job of pushing the ball in transition and being able to capitalize it. That's how they were able to cut into their deficit.
I think Nichols is going to have to do a better job of limiting their turnovers. Like 9-2 right now. They got to take care of the basketball in the second half.
Yeah, I think you're right. Look, the three-point stat obviously kind of sticks out a little bit right now. Nichols just 1 of 4, not really shooting the three. They don't really shoot the three a whole lot. But Stephen F. Austin, 3 for 12 from behind the arc. They're shooting right at 25%. Take a look at some individual scoring for Stephen F. Austin. It's kind of balanced for the most part. Perry with 8. You've got Roseby. She has got 7. Ashlyn Traylor-Walker just with 2 points. They've pretty much been able to keep her at bay. Now, obviously, she's been in a little bit of foul trouble, and that's also been a little bit of Stephen F. Austin's problem, too.
But that's one player that we always highlight, the impact of Ashlyn Traylor-Walker. Missed a lot of the majority of the season, but when she came back on the floor, everyone knew it.
She made an impact. Look, Diamond McKnight continues to shine. She's got 13 points in the first half.
We've just continued to talk about her impact in the tournament. At this point, the tournament is the McKnight show. She has stepped up for them time and time again. When they need a bucket, she has been able to answer.
Maybe it's the Diamond show. All right, we got 45 seconds. What's it going to take for one of these teams to separate ourselves? We'll start with you, Nat.
I think Coach said it best. Nichols needs to take care of the basketball. They need to get back to driving, finishing around the rim. They don't shoot a lot of threes, so capitalize on your aggressive nature.
Coach?
There's got to be a will to compete. So whatever team compete the hardest, more determined to get to the finish line, that's who's going to be the team to win. But competition is at its highest form right now.
All right, we will be back post-game. We'll have the winner joining us here at the table. We'll have post-game celebration. We also have somebody joining us in the background. That's never good. All right, ESPN Plus traditional telecast. We'll be back here at post-game. We'll see you then. Holy smokes, what a game. We finish out here in the quarterfinals of the women's side. Stephen F. Austin survive and advance. I feel like I've said that 100 times over the last couple of days. 63-60, Coach. Take a deep breath. You survive and advance. You get the win. You go to the semis again.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That was definitely the definition of survive and advance. You know, again, got down early, battled our way back, took the lead, and then, you know, Nichols is a scrappy team. You know, Coach Payne does a great job with that group, so they're never going to go away easy, and we knew that. So, again, credit to my team for getting it done and getting us to the next round.
Take us through the final couple of minutes there. I know it got a little hectic, chaotic. You guys were able to hold on for the win, though.
This is March Madness, so, again, like we said in the locker room, you need to be prepared for this type of stuff. You know, again, you're going to have to go through the fire time and time again. And so, yeah, it's going to get scrappy. You're trying to put away people's seasons, and they're seniors that have put a lot of work into this, so they're not going to go away just and let you take it. So again, we always talk about, you know, we're trying to win a championship. You don't tiptoe into those. You got to go take them, and I thought our group did a good job today.
Coach, can you just speak on your team's heart? I mean, you guys down the stretch, you had to execute. Like you mentioned, March Madness. Can you kind of just talk on what you saw from your team and just the energy and the effort that they were able to have to get it done?
Yeah, you used the right word. I like the energy that we had. You know, again, there were some times where we just made some really gritty plays. You talked about execution. I don't know if I drew that up, but they executed whatever they had out there, and they had executed it with energy, and we had a couple and ones that uplifted our team. And so when you get those momentum plays in March, they mean a lot. They're more than just 2 points or 3 points with the free throw, and we talked to our team about that, and so I'm glad we were able to get those.
This old saying, don't underestimate the heart of a champion.
Yes,
You've been there. Your players have been there. So even though they got down, it doesn't matter. You know, they understand that you keep fighting all the way to the end.
Yeah, and that's
good job, man.
That's the you know, the mantra, right? Don't underestimate the heart of a champion. Shout out Rudy Tomjanovich, right? But we kind of talked to them about the X's and O's and staying poised. I thought early in the game we got some really good looks from three and some really good layups that we just missed. And so when you get good looks from three and you get layups that you miss, it's like, guys, don't overanalyze this. Let's stay poised. Let's stay the course. And those shots will go in, but we got to make sure our energy level stays high and don't get deflated off of missed shots. So really proud of my group for that.
Coach, congratulations on the win. Thanks for taking some time. Maybe we'll do this again tomorrow.
Hopefully. Action Jacks.
There it is. That is Stephen F. Austin joining us. Coach Bishop does a great job there with the Lady Lumberjacks. And my goodness, what a game. 63-60. We said we were going to get two fiery games, and that was exactly what we got, Coach.
Yeah, it couldn't get any better. Enjoy it. Although it's cold in here, we need some coats on, but those two teams heated the building up.
Truly, these two teams, both of these games so far today have not disappointed at all. They have been great matchups. One thing that I did just mention to Coach is heart. You have seen it in these last two matchups, whether that has been both of these teams. You saw it between Nichols and SFA. Nichols unable to get it done here this morning, but truly you saw the heart of a champion and the heart of a competitor in Shadiman McKnight. She had a phenomenal game once again. She truly played like she did not want to go home. Once again, just like I said, unable to get it done, but huge shout out to SFA for their execution down the stretch.
Take us through the final couple of minutes. Y'all are the basketball folks. Take us through the last couple of minutes.
I think the last couple of minutes, it really went down to who wanted it more. SFA did a great job in the end of just taking care of the basketball for one thing. They did a great job of kind of slowing things down and really valuing possessions. Nichols did a great job of making SFA uncomfortable in some situations. They were able to get some steals, but at one point down the stretch, they just couldn't really get much going. But like I said, they battled.
Well, when you see a team like Nichols that you're going to battle, they feed off the coach's energy on the sideline, and then you're playing against a defending champion, there's going to be some push and pull. And at the end of the day, that champion, you're going to have to take it from the champion or the defending champion. And the Nichols did the best they could to do that, but SFA is just a strong basketball team with a lot of culture that you have to overcome.
Felt like what really kept Nichols in the game, especially in the second half. Coach, you said it at halftime. Nichols was going to need to limit the turnovers if they wanted to find a way to get into this game. They're able to do so. They only have 6 turnovers here in the second half compared to 18 total for the game for Stephen F. Austin, which means they had 12 turnovers here in the half. They were able to create some really nice points. They ended up doubling up. Stephen F. Austin, their points off turnovers, 14-7. Felt like that was pretty key for Nichols to just find a way to hang around in this game.
They did. It was really just staying within reach. Nichols did a great job of hanging in there, staying in this game. But give credit to Perry for SFA. She stepped up in that corner pocket when they needed her to every time we talked about it. Shooters being ready to shoot. And for SFA, they did a great job of their shooters being ready.
We also talk about the balance of shooting, and Stephen F. Austin is a perfect example of that. I mean, look at it. Micah Perry, she finishes with 18. She was 2 of 4 from long distance, 6 of 10 from the field. 13 points for Roseby. Dominguez ends up finishing with 11, and then there's multiple girls on, but one girl in the scoring column for Stephen F. Austin. That just talks about the balance of what they're able to do scoring-wise.
And we talked about it. They're a team that has a lot of firing power. They are truly a team that can fire from all cylinders. You have your bigs and Shy Gardner that can finish around the rim, along with Roseby, who's a really strong power combo guard that can do a little bit of everything for SFA. And then you have your shooters like Perry, Dominguez, Ashlyn Traylor-Walker. SFA has been here before. They've been in these clutch situations. This is where experience in March is key, and it showed up for the Lumberjacks.
Sustained effort. You should remember that when you're playing against a championship team, no matter what, they keep their poise. They kept their poise, and it's very tough to beat a defending champion. You have to take it from them. You got to take the heart from them. And today, Stephen F. just would not be denied.
Talked about what it would be on the glass. Stephen F. Austin dominates in the second half, +9 in the second half, 25-16 on the boards. That plays a big factor in it.
And I feel like we've been talking about the boards a lot in these last few matchups because that's how crucial they are. And we saw it down the stretch when SFA was able to get a lot of good defensive rebounds. When Nichols was trying to fight for some extra possessions, SFA was able to limit it.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at what it is from the field. Second half, it's 13 for 28 for Stephen F. Austin, 12 for 35 for Nichols. They both, Nichols obviously shoots a higher volume of shots there in the second half, 34% in the half to 46% for Stephen F. Austin. When you look at it for the game, it kind of shows the same story. Nichols shooting about 36%, 40% from the game for Stephen F. Austin. The big quarter for Stephen F. Austin shooting-wise was really that third quarter. Look, they shot 61%. You can shoot 61% in a quarter. You're doing something right.
They did. I mean, we talked about it, and I feel like that's been for the last two teams who have won UTRGV. It was that third quarter as well. For some reason today, it is these third quarters. SFA did a great job of capitalizing in that third quarter. Nichols played smart down the stretch in some ways, but like I said, SFA is just defending champions. That's why experience is just so crucial.
Well, 2 possession, if a game come down to who gets the last possession and how they use that possession, that's key. I thought Stephen F. Austin really utilized that possession at the end. They didn't turn it over. They kept their poise. I thought for some reason, I really thought that those players that they've got at Stephen F. Austin is awfully poised. You're just not going to go out and punch them, and they're not going to punch back. They want another ring, and it's going to be very difficult for anybody to take it. And I know a certain person on this panel don't want to admit to it, but this championship game, I think it's going to be a really, really good game. And I might go out on a limb and predict who's going to win.
Watch it.
All right, I'm going to watch.
Watch it.
I wonder who he's talking about on the panel. I mean, there's not
about?
many people that he can be trying to at right now.
Maybe you're paranoid. I don't know.
You did play for one of these coaches.
I did, and that holds a very special place in my heart. Always high regards for her program. But like I said, I just love good basketball, and I feel like we're seeing it right now. I just feel like anyone in the championship game, though, honestly, you've battled to get there. And the way that these last two games have went, you truly have given it your all to get to that last game here in Lake Charles. But yeah, these have been phenomenal basketball games to start off the day.
Let's take a look at what is our semifinal matchups now. It'll get started tomorrow morning at 10:30. McNeese, the number 1 seed, they will host UT Rio Grande Valley. We'll start with that one. That one is going to be a great matchup.
That is going to be a great matchup that I feel like someone's wanting me to predict. I guess I won't at that person. I won't give the same energy that's being given to me. But that is going to be.
Look at you being the bigger person here.
Yeah, okay.
But that's going to be a phenomenal matchup.
UTRGV is also well coached. Lane Lord has been there, veteran coach. I expect this to be an outstanding game. 10 o'clock in the morning to be well worth waking up to watch.
Got your pancakes in your coffee?
Let's go get it.
Make sure you schedule your coffee order for tomorrow.
And then you mentioned UTRGV. Totally forgot to bring it up in the last time. But Charlotte O'Keefe's birthday. She was able to gain a win here on her birthday. So look.
Happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Look at you pulling out the nuggets.
I had to remember that one.
There it is. Better than me. I would have never remembered that one. All right, looks like Stephen F. Austin is getting ready to speak at the podium in the media room. We are going to we're going to send you back on to the media room. We got Stephen F. Austin and Coach Leonard Bishop back there right now. We'll be right back here in a little bit. For now, let's go to the media room.
Thank you. Dub, Mike.
Thank you.
That's how you feeling? That's how you feeling now?
I always don't understand why they do that. Like, it was clearly not open, but it's all good.
Ready? All right, Coach, when you're ready, we'll get started with the opening statement.
Yeah, again, really proud of my team for getting this first round win versus a really scrappy Nichols team. Coach Payne always does a good job making sure they're ready to play. But again, our group battled through adversity. We didn't shoot the ball as well as we would have liked early on, but I think our group kept the energy until the shots started falling, and then we went on a good run in the third quarter and were able to sustain it through the fourth. So this is what this time of year is about. It's not always going to be pretty. They call it March Madness for a reason, and it's all about surviving and advancing, and that's what we did. So really proud of the group.
What's your name? Any specific adjustments you made at the half?
No, not really. I think we just talked about a little bit of our defensive rotations, making sure that we were on a string, and then that we kept the same energy. Again, I thought we had some really good looks offensively that just did not fall for whatever reason. And so, again, it's your first time playing on this court. Maybe you need to get a little bit adjusted to it. And so after a while, we got going in the third quarter. Well, we scored 27 points in the third quarter. So, again, they got going, making some shots, and then we rolled from there. So really proud of the group.
Coach, your thoughts on the defense the last couple minutes of the game. Nichols really were cold, and you guys, you girls and everything got it done at the end.
Yeah, again, proud of my group. Again, we subbed a lot of different lineups in there, and they kept the same defensive intensity. I thought we used our length and our athleticism at the right times, and then we were smart at the right times. We knew personnel, we knew who to go at and who kind of to back off of, and so, again, that's using your athleticism along with your brain to come away with the win. I'm really proud of them.
To the players, your thoughts of the performance today, and especially getting another win that the team continues to improve throughout the year?
It's March, so we know every game we play this month is not going to be easy, but we have belief in each other, and we rallied at halftime when we were down. We knew we weren't going to lose this game, and it was that belief that got us to the end.
Like Micah said, I feel like odds were stacked against us, and we battled, and we pushed through, and we fought, and we got the dub.
You were kind of in a similar spot last year, number 3 seed in this tournament. So how much, does that give you any, motivation or to add to just kind of we can do this?
It definitely gives me confidence. Being here and coming back, it's a lot of good energy, and I'm just ready to get another championship ring.
Coach, for you, there's a couple new faces, but a lot of returners from last year who know what it takes to win in this conference and in this tournament. So just, do you think any of that championship medal played a role in the victory today?
Yeah, I do. Again, you've got Key Roseby sitting next to me, who played and was a starter in the championship last year. Ashlyn Traylor Walker made some really tough plays down the stretch, who, again, was another starter on this team. And then Monty Dominguez, another starter from last year, who came up with some big threes, got fouled a couple times that allowed us to get some easy points at the free throw line. So there is a little bit of championship experience that we can lean into, but I also think that we have a totally new group. And so I've been proud of this group all year long and the way they've gelled and the way they've they've taken on new roles that they may not be comfortable with. You know, again, Key's taken on a different role that she didn't have last year. And, you know, Micah hadn't played in a while. And so the way they've assimilated to our group and have been able to come in and play hard and play the Lady Jack way, I'm really proud of them for that. And so, again, we just want to continue to grow together as a group and, you know, again, keep playing basketball in March is what it's all about.
Micah, based on your performance and stats, you would think that you were here last year as well with this group. What's working out so well as far as gelling together?
I mean, it's just our relationships off the court that help us on the court. We give each other energy on and off the court, which always helps. So.
Coach, that third quarter, talk about those 3-and-1 plays that you guys had and the momentum and how it got the crowd back into it.
Yeah, that's what March is about, is the momentum. And so you said the and ones. Like, I think and ones and charges are the biggest plays in our game. You know, they just generate so much momentum. They're way more than just the 2 points that go up on the board. I think everybody gets to celebrate. The bench jumps up. The crowd is excited. And so when you're able to get, you know, like you said, 3 of them in a row or however many it was, you know, again, your team is just going to continue to feed off of that energy. And that's what we've always talked about all year long, is channeling energy. When things aren't going the right way, we need to change it. And then when things are going the right way, let's channel that in the right direction so that we can keep going. And so you want to use this momentum from the game and from those plays for tomorrow. But again, we just got to keep on stacking good plays.
Yeah, speaking of tomorrow, what's the key then to getting a win there?
Yeah, again, 2 really tight games versus Lamar. Obviously, they did a good job at their place of making plays and making us pay on the defensive end. And then, you know, Lydia Kajus with a game winner at our place in a game that we thought we had in hand, and then they rallied back. But I know Coach Ockel's going to have a game plan in place for us. We'll go back, rest up, and put a game plan in, and then we're just going to let it rip like we normally do. You know, our group comes in with confidence that we can win a championship. She's already talking about winning a ring, and we got another game tomorrow. So that's how confident we are, but we got to make sure we're dialed in and we're playing it possession by possession, minute by minute.
Coach, you played with, it seemed like, you know, looking at it on the court and everything else and looking at how March Madness is, it's like urgency. It's big time urgency, especially when you got, I believe, 3 teams in the conference with 20 wins. So it's a lot of urgency, especially at a conference like this. What you can say about that urgency and how the players just really step up and get the message.
Yeah, no, it's funny you said urgency because, again, I think I said that probably 4 or 5 times in the game, urgency and awareness. And sometimes I probably annoy these two with my urgency on the sideline. But, again, I know every play. It means something. Every play has a mind of its own and can cause so much momentum that we talk about. So we want to make sure that we're playing with urgency. We understand each possession and the value of it. And then, again, you live with the results if you play that way.
Any other questions for Coach and the players?
Yeah, I think just for all 3 of you, obviously, you know, at this point in the year, March, things get really emotional, especially heading down the stretch. How do you guys keep your emotions in check, especially if things, you know, don't go your way or if things are really going your way?
I think we just always, when things get hard, we have to go outside of ourselves and look to each other. And, yeah, just the belief aspect, just stay together always.
I agree. Our coaches really stress the next play mentality, so I feel like our team, we double down on that, and we just always have that next play mentality and continue on in the game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, like, we always talk about next play. When things aren't going the way we want to, next play, next play, next play. And then when things are going the way we want them to go, we're talking about push. Like, hey, let's push it to get another one. Let's push and get another one, push and get another one. So those are probably the 2 buzzwords that are our ignition starters to change energy or to keep it going.
Anything else? All right, we'll wrap it up there. Coach, players, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Axum Jacks.
Side as we finish up today's session on the women's side of things as Stephen F. Austin coach Leonard Bishop and his squad walk off the podium. Coach Bishop, so well spoken, Coach.
Yeah, he is. I've seen him grow
over
the last couple of years, but he's got his players thinking whoever played the hardest, the longest, got a chance to win. You can kind of watch, even when teams get a little momentum, his team can last a little bit longer, just enough. Last year, I never thought they would beat McNeese, but he's got them in good shape, their mental focus. Now, Ayla does the same thing. It just comes down to really a will to compete. If you can get to a point where you have that will to compete, What?
I just feel like once again you're trying to bait me. You're trying. But I was
not
media
going.
trained by the best. I'm going to
okay.
continue to say it. Media trained by the best. Shout out to her. She knows who she is.
Yeah. But the semifinals are set, and as we kind of mentioned a little bit, ago, but that's going to be two tremendous games. McNeese and RGV, Lamar and SFA. Look, I am so excited to watch that McNeese and RGV game. We already talked about, the coaching matchup with Lane Lord and Ayla Gazzardo, but look, those have been two tightly contested games already this year that I really do think they've got the best shot at McNeese to beat them. I think they've got just what they can do schematically against Coach Gazzardo and company. I really like the chances of RGV tomorrow.
I think that matchup is going to be great. I've said it before. I think those are two teams that are similar in the way that they match up in so many situations. You have Charlotte O'Keefe, who can be dominant on the boards, but you also have another dominant person in Dakota Howard, freshman of the year. She's been incredible, but I also just feel like defensively, McNeese, you know how their defense is. They're tenacious. They're going to not allow anything easy. They're going to try and run UTRGV's three-point shooters off the line.
That is it. So it's going to be McNeese and RGV. That is at 10:30, and then at 1 o'clock it is Lamar and Stephen F. Austin. That is the semifinals. They are officially set. We've got another set of semifinals, which is going to get underway tonight at 6 o'clock. We're going to have a little bit of a break coming up here in just a little bit. By the way, coming up, we are going to have post-game presser. Coach Justin Payne and his Nichols Colonels. They will be here in the media room coming up momentarily. But the men's side of things, it's gonna be something tonight.
Get your popcorn ready.
Get your popcorn ready.
Yeah. This is gonna be.
I know one thing. If Coach has been bored at any point over the last couple of days, Coach will not be bored.
No.
Coming up, starting at 6 o'clock.
I'm looking forward to it. It'll be two teams that's really going to compete at a very high level. You can't pick one. I think it's going to come down to really the tougher team probably is going to win.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Both matchups, Stephen F. Austin, Corpus Christi, and both RGV and McNeese, both of them really, both matchups are going to be tremendous. And look, and that kind of goes back, and I guess we can hit on it now, and we'll hit on it a little bit later on, but just the growth in the league on the men's side of things. That speaks to it right there. To go from 29th to 18th in the last couple of years, I call it the Will Wade effect, and to an extent it is, because when Will Wade came into this conference, everybody, McNeese obviously balled all the way into basketball, but you've seen the growth of basketball and more teams buying into the conference and more teams buying into basketball rather, and you've seen the growth from the conference, and it shows.
Yeah, but also you got to give Chris Grant a lot of credit.
100%.
Too. Yeah, because he was really pushing. Let's look at our NET, our net. Let's look at making sure when we play more home games that maybe Division I. But don't be afraid to go on the road and take back games. And so he pushed the net a lot to our coaches. They didn't see how significant it was until this past year or the last couple years. Now they all see that this has been beneficial to everyone.
I think on the men's bracket, you talked about it. It's so unpredictable, these next few matchups. So many of these teams have proven themselves. When it gets to March, everyone is hungry to continue to extend their stay here in Lake Charles. But also, it's just been great basketball overall.
Tremendous.
I feel like you talked about it, the growth of the Southland. I feel like every team has stepped up.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. It's been a lot of fun to watch the growth of the league over the last couple of years, and you just hit on it. We've talked about it a couple of times. It feels like anybody can win. I said it at the start of this tournament. I felt like 5 teams had a really good chance. Any of the 5 could win, but I wouldn't be surprised if any of the 8 that made the tournament won the league outright. And so far, it's been chalk, and I think some people may have expected that. Most of the tournament has been chalk, but all of the games, men and women, have been pretty darn competitive.
No, I agree. I think with the way our teams are playing right now, we could pretty much get in the NCAA tournament and beat a high seed. Well, McNeese is an example of that. Was a 13 seed a year ago. And if we can get a 13, 12 seed this year, that's a good chance that that can happen again.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I feel like the regular season just showed a lot, especially on the men's bracket, but honestly on both. You saw a lot of underdogs, quote unquote, be able to knock off some of these top teams that helped to show that the Southland overall as a whole is very competitive. UTRGV was able to gain that win over McNeese, and that's truly what has been able to flip the script and their momentum for the remainder of the season, even onwards.
Yeah, we talked about this last night. That's been the biggest win. I think really you look at anybody in the conference, RGV getting the win over McNeese was so big because it completely reshaped the rest of what the conference looked like. Because at that time, RGV just was not playing good basketball. They were 2-8, 1-8 coming into that game. They ended up finishing 12-13-2, and really completely reshaped what they wanted to do. Coach, you talked about it last night. One win can really change your trajectory of the season, and that's what that one did with that RGV getting the win over McNeese, and it really changed a lot of what I think the rest of the conference ended up looking like. All right, Coach Justin Payne and his Nichols Colonels looks like they are entering into the press conference. We will be back a little bit later on. We will be back with around 5:45. Tip-off is going to be at 6 o'clock here tonight inside of the Townsley Law Arena. Again, our matchups tonight, they look like this. Stephen F. Austin and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. That's at 6 o'clock on ESPNU. ESPN Plus, right after that, it's 8:30. McNeese and Rio Grande Valley. We will have it all right here for you. Let's go back to the media room with the Nichols Colonels. We will see you guys later tonight.
Okay, yeah. Hey, man, I'm so thankful for got my group of seniors here, but I'm so thankful for all of our players this year who have given us everything. This program continues to take steps to greatness, and we're so close. We're so close to getting over that hump, and we know we're going to get over it. But these young ladies right here and the girls in that locker room have continued to lay a foundation of winning at Nichols, and that's what we want to continue to do, is win. With minimal resources, we continue to do what people think can't be done. So we're going to continue to fight that good fight, and I'm excited about where this program is going, and I'm so proud not only of my seniors, of this team, this 2025-2026 team. The culture, I talked about it yesterday, the culture that we have in this locker room is unbelievable. And I'm so thankful to be their coach. They make me a better coach, a better man, and I'm so proud of them.
Coach, with the way yesterday's game went and the intensity of that matchup, was a quick turnaround. But y'all came out from the gate firing and really kind of threw the first punch and continued to throw them all the way into halftime and towards the end of the game. So just talk about the mindset and the way y'all started and maintaining that throughout the full 40.
Yeah, our mentality was we're ready to do this for 4 or 5 days. However long we wanted that we could play, they were ready to go. Like, there's no doubt in my mind, our girls were ready to play this whole week. I thought we had a few plays we could have made at the end. Hey, that just didn't fall for us tonight, and that's okay. The game it goes like that sometimes. I'm so proud of their fight. Like you said, man, we came out. We're ready to play. We're not backing down from anyone. These girls are ready to go. They practice against us every day. Of course they're ready. I go against y'all, right? So, but yeah, man, they're ready to play. They're always ready to play. That's something we don't doubt. It's just some of the little miscues that we always have to coach up. But their heart and hustle, I never question that.
Diamond, for you, I know maybe the stay at the tournament wasn't as long as you or your team would have wanted, but you had through the first 2 days one of the more spectacular runs we've seen here so far. So just speak to your mindset going into the game and putting up good numbers. I know the result not what you want, but just your mindset competing these last 2 days.
It was just we have to have heart, and I tell everybody. Like I said, it was just the team. They stayed on me. We had a little communication, but it wasn't nothing like against nobody. We still pushed through it. And when we got on the court, it was just like, oh, we got to go. This is our game. Like, this is our game. But the fouls and stuff didn't go our way, so it's like we got to play through it.
Coach, your thoughts on how these seniors really grew on you this year, but not just that, being leaders on the floor and also leaders off the floor more than anything else, for them to have that pride playing for Nichols, and on top of that, leaving with Nichols.
Absolutely. So these young ladies here, we got a saying, all in, and they are all in. Each one of them have a story that we got her in September. We didn't even know she was going to be here. She didn't have a preseason, came in, gave us all she got. Shadiman came off of a ACL injury, came back earlier than what was supposed to, ready to go. Slim, we thought she was supposed to have season-ending surgery. She called me, Coach, I'm not having it. I'm going to make it through the year on 2 torn meniscus. You know, I'm going to make it through the year. Tanita didn't have a preseason, no non-conference, nothing. She calls me, Coach, I'm playing this year. She wasn't supposed to play this year. So she didn't have a non-conference to, you know, she wasn't the T that we saw last year shooting and everything like that. But she was taking all that time to strengthen her knee up. So she didn't have as much time to work on her game and all that kind of stuff. But she came back because she saw something special in this group and saw that we can do it this year. Riri, not supposed to be playing this year. This girl is something I've never seen before, playing on a torn ACL. Giving us everything she got. This senior group, this is what being a Nichols Colonel is all about. Just giving your all. It doesn't matter. They fought for one another. They fought for me. They fought for our university, for our community, and they are the true definition of what a Nichols Colonel is. And I'm so proud of them. Thank you for asking that question.
To the players, your thoughts on your experience at Nichols, especially the run you made right here, pushing one of the top teams to the brink.
I want to start
It was fun. Like, it was a fun run here at Nichols. I had a time. I got to be like a better player. I got to experience things on the floor and off the court. Being a leader this year helped me step up in a different role. So,
for me, it wasn't the best at the beginning, but we connected and we came together and a family like we all supposed to be. But it ended how we expected, but we wanted the trophy and we pushed to. We got here and we prayed for it. So,
my 2 years here at Nichols was amazing, and I'm so thankful for Coach Payne, all the coaches, just believing in me. My first year here, it was a ride. It was a ride. It was just like this year too. Last year, I learned, I grew, I improved, I evolved. This year I did the same thing with the injury. I had a lot of support, a lot of help, and yeah, I'm just thankful for the village that I had with going through a lot mentally and physically with my knee. So yeah.
Amen.
Anything else?
Thank y'all.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank y'all. Thank y'all.